hello. Oh, right. Oh, wait, I don't think I put my webcam back in. Alright, give me a minute. Alright, there we go. Cool. Oh. Oh, that goes to show just how well prepared I am today. Right. Perfect. Cool. Alright. I need to do this. At the end? Yeah. Cool. There we go. Oh. Right. We're gonna play some more Vampyr. Welcome in, Wolf. But you alright? But yeah, how we doing? How we doing? I had to order a new controller cable because mine, I think, is on its way out. Hopefully it'll behave itself while we're streaming today. If not, I'll have to use my whatchamacallit? I'll have to use mouse and keyboard if not, but I think we might be okay. Right, Vampyr's just loading. Let's pause that for a minute. Right. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, I can use a mouse and keyboard with this game perfectly fine. So, worst case scenario, we'll just do that. But yeah, ideally, I'd like to keep playing with a controller. Because it's just been overall a lot more fun on the controller. Mainly, it's that lock-on issue I'm having. Yeah, the lock-on for this game is not that great, in my opinion. Like, it's helpful, but it's just, like, it has you so, like, I don't understand why it makes your camera angle look downwards. Especially if you're playing with mouse and keyboard, because then you want to move your mouse so that you can look up. But when you look up, you end up changing the target, because to change your target, you just move the mouse. So it's really annoying. Anyway. But yeah, no.
Vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny.
I am, we're awake, sort of. I think I was starting to fall asleep just a tiny bit earlier. When I was just, because, like, obviously, I've been up since, what? Oh, shit, when did I wake up? I've been up since, like, 3. And I started feeling tired about an hour ago. Obviously, I wasn't going to go to sleep, but I just wanted to just sort of, like, lay down and relax, because obviously I've been sat in my office chair for a while, and I don't have the comfiest chair as it is. So, yeah, it's been nice just to lay in bed and relax for a little bit. But yeah, how are you, Morph? Yeah, it would be annoying. Yeah, luckily you don't have the issue with controller, which is grand. The one thing I wanted, I was hoping for. Oh shit, yeah, that one blows up. I have to remember stuff about this game. Lovely. But yeah, we got the sword. I thought we were going to get like a two-handed sword, like a claymore or something, to be quite fair. Especially considering in that building there was an actual proper two-handed sword. I was like, oh, here we go. Are you alive, Panda? Yes. Not in the game, though. We're dead, technically, in the game. We're Vampyr. How you doing, Crack? Shit. You survived the night? Yeah. Why wouldn't... It was only a couple bottles of cider. It was only a couple bottles of cider. It was fine. I definitely felt like it was worse than what it actually was. Because, like I said, last night there was moments when I got off stream and I was like, I don't remember any part of the last hour. But when I actually went back and watched the VOD, I was like, I remember all of this.
I had almost forgotten I applied for a position at Pembroke. It was so long ago.
I think you struggled with your golf balls more than Panda with the cider. Ah, watching Croc do it is good. Welcome in, Vicky. How you doing? Was a good night though. Yeah. So I don't know if people would be down,
Close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
but I would like to maybe do more streams of like golf with people. So if that's something people would be down for at later dates, then I might try and arrange that because it's really fun. How was there as a birthday stream? I zonked out. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I got quite drunk towards the end. I don't drink too often anyway, but I had like 4 bottles of Henry Weston cider. But it was more of like, I don't think it was the fact that I had 4 ciders. I think it was that I drank all 4 bottles in about an hour. But yeah, no, it was good. If I can afford the game at some point, I'd totally be down for playing. Lovely. Yeah, we had so much fun with it yesterday. I fucking loved it. But yeah, no, it was a good time. I really enjoyed myself. I thought I made a fool of myself a lot more than I did. When I went back to stream, I did not. So, I'm perfectly fine with that. I wasn't too embarrassed about talking about the time I shat in a bush because I've already talked about that with people before, so that's not news for me. Glad you had a good day. Yeah, it was really good. I was saying, like, I woke, I got off stream, I brushed my teeth and I went to sleep. I got about like 4 hours sleep because I woke up about 3 in the morning with like a tiny headache that went away after an hour and a bit of like heartburn, but I had already. Oh, this was the correct way to go. But I took like my heartburn tablet and stuff, and I was perfectly fine by the end of it. Like, within half an hour, both of those are gone this morning, so I was like, cool. As per usual, not really hungover. It was good, though. It was good, though. I just appreciated that people were coming and, you know, play games with me. As someone who doesn't really celebrate their birthday, it was nice celebrating it with people's. Now I get to play some more Vampyr. I mean, I had planned on actually having a lot more sleep than I actually did in order for me to stream today. But I think we'll be fine regardless. But you know, all around, last night was like really good. Like all the golfing. Oh, knock off Mr. X with a beard. Oh shit. How'd you like being bitten? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. I'm supposed to be in unit today, but the lecturer is ill, so it's a work from home day today. Doesn't do bad. Quite nice as it's cold. Love the cold. Golf was on sale not too long ago. To be fair, Golf with Friends is normally on sale quite a lot. I think that's one of the benefits, is it's pretty good. Plus it has workshop as well, so there's quite a few custom maps that people make. Yeah, the sword's good! The sword's good! Oh, well. The Grand Golf Menace has arrived. Hey, Frey! How are you doing, sir? Got him. Cool. It's very poor at the moment. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Saying that, Frey, as I don't know if you got in when we said it. I said that I would like to do more streams where we do like a golf night, which I know you'll be happy to do. Tired and feeling a beard trim. Ooh. I think I need to trim my hair a little bit. I don't know. We're at like $4.95 to 7 months in as. Yeah. I mean, CD keys always have it down a bit, but I think it helps that things are pretty good anyway. CD keys. How's Drunky Wonky? Yeah, I'm fine. As expected for me, really.
Louise's father was determined to find and save her.
Open the door. That came to mind as well. A group game and chit chat now and then would be nice. Yeah, I would like to do that. I feel like golf is a pretty good game to do it on as well. No, so I didn't get as much sleep as I would like, because I think I went to sleep just before 11. I've been up since 3 in the morning. But on the upside, I sorted Warhammer out, so that's ready to go for Sunday. So yeah.
Hey, ass butt.
Welcome in, Neff. I think my old headset. I tried my old headset, but apparently either the mic didn't work or Windows was just messing with me. Yeah. Golf, tabletop sim, play up. Yeah, list goes on. I still need to get Tabletop Simulator one day. But that would definitely be a good one. Well, that's not what I wanted. I just realised what the symbols next to them are. I think that's what they're weak against. So these ones would be guns and blades. Oh shit. Setting Warhammer to download later today. The double program threw me off. Double program? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I told Neff about my tipsiness. Yeah, this is 2 entities in Steam. Yeah, cause I think there's Martyr, and then there's like another. Oh fuck, there's another like DLC or a spit. I think it's a standalone game extra with it or something. But yeah, I get what you mean. But yeah, I got it all installed, and I had a look at the characters, and I've got a. I was a little bit sad to see you couldn't make your character like looks wise. But it's fine. Inquisitor Prophecy, but look at the game size. Have a quick look. I've got Martyr installed. Uh. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see it. There is a sub goal, but I'm not intending for people to see it. But I done it. But I think it's supposed to be on a channel or something somewhere. I'm not gonna have it actively shown on Steam, on the stream. Sorry. But yeah, I realised we're like, I think like 11 off being able to get a new emote. So I was like, we'll put it up. Warhammer, 40k. Oh yeah. Huh. Where's Prophecy? Is that there's like only Warhammer. Prophecy. It does say you don't have to own Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr to play this game. But you're right, the download size is kind of weird. Yeah, so on the store page it says a standalone expansion. So why is it only like 400 KB? It must be included because it says a new class, play as a tech adept, Inquisitor. But I'm pretty sure when I was looking at the characters, when I loaded up the game, that was on Martyr. Yeah. Might have to, like, have a bit of a look into that just to figure out what that needs. Why do I have 2 Twitch pages open? There we go. But yeah. No worries about the goal. I thought I would just say that I done it, so if anyone sees it, you know why. I don't see the sub goal now, but oh, okay, cool. Yeah. No, there is one, just because I saw it and I was like, well, I'll put it on, because, you know, new emote. I think I'd get, like, one more emote and then one new animated emote slot, I think. I think is what the thing mentioned. Yeah. I think. Oh, no, I went the wrong way. But yeah, no, that is quite strange. Because if it is an expansion, why is it so little file size? Below the video? Ah, there you go. Cool. Yeah. I'm not doing this so anyone feels the need. I'm just throwing that out there. That was the main thing of why I wanted to talk about it. Why did I do this? Twelve subs to go, 163 follows to go. Yeah. I also need to remember I've got a shield. By the way, Panda set everything is set to arrive by the 15th of Feb. Okay. You have to keep us updated. Do you need to arrange a meet with you and Don when comfortable? Absolutely. I'm good with that. What are you doing? Buy you a bubble tea or something? Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm good just to meet up. I mean, I'll get a bubble tea if we're near one. But, like, no one has to buy me one. Oh. No? I don't know what we're doing. What's up, bloodsuckers? Hey, Blair, how are you doing? How was your stream last night? Things are going pretty swell. Although I think I'm stuck. Am I missing something? We got the Final Fantasy 7 player. You did? Oh, GG's. GG's. What was it? What would you say was the hardest trophy to get in 7? I missed you going offline, wanted to bring the birthday love-ins. Oh, I appreciates it. I appreciates it. To be fair, I couldn't have gone any longer because I was quite tipsy by the time we hit the 12-hour mark. So, oh, I need to go down that. I didn't see the stairs. Oh, you're getting giddy. I see, I see. Yeah, I had 4 bowls of cider, like, within an hour. Which, I mean, definitely looking back on it today, was, in a sense of, I probably should have paced myself, but what are you gonna do, eh? I was having fun. Yeah, no, good time. Then up or down?
Let me go, you bastard! Interfere with my hunt!
Ruby weapon was tense, but once you know the routine, not terrible. Getting to level 99 and 99 mil gil were mind-numbing. The Barrett date trophy was the hardest though. I missed it, so I had to go back round. Ugh.
Disgusting asshole! I'll never be alright! Let me go, you bastard! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Let me go, you bastard!
Oh.
Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife! Let me go, you bastard! Disgusting asshole!
Got him.
Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife!
Hello. Thanks of all the guild grinding, we were so OP. Sephiroth final boss went down like 3 rounds. Yeah, so I don't do like the trophy stuff, but when I done OG7, I did do some grinding for certain materia. And by the time that we got to Sephiroth, it was also very quick. So I feel you on that. But I feel like that tends to go that way with me a lot of RPG games. Like unintentional grinding leading to the rest of the game being kind of easy.
This man, this vampire told me my father was dead. Is it true?
I'm afraid so, miss. I'm so sorry for your loss. But you are free to go.
So what's going to be next?
Your doctor his note.
for your
I suppose my
trophy
also killed my father, didn't he?
trophy
Thankfully,
marathon.
he did not search your father's corpse,
Final Fantasy VIII.
where I found his notes describing where he might find you. You should read them.
I must find my father's body. He deserves a proper burial.
You've got a headache. Ugh. She does give a lot of XP. I say a lot. She gives decent XP. And her dad's dead, so no one's gonna miss her. That sounds a lot more mean when I when I say that out loud.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale. And
I'm sure someone will miss her.
until we meet again.
But I bet she'll taste so good too. How is Vampyr though? Vampyr's pretty good. I'm really enjoying it. I was talking about this the other day. Like, in general, the music is really good. And so is the music and the story. And, like, the way they do the characters and the environment and stuff is really well. The bit that just lets it down is the combat's quite basic. But otherwise, real good game. I would recommend it. I don't know how long it is, in that sense, to be fair. We're on, like, chapter 5, I think. Yeah, we're on chapter 5. They want us to turn this old bloke, but I don't want to. I'm also confused because when we talked to him before, he said he didn't want to become a vampire. So now I'm confused of why we're turning him. But we found that the leader of the cult hasn't got a good enough bloodline that he can turn people himself. So, sounds like the leader of the group isn't as good as me. So I feel like we should be the leader of the Ascalon Club. Are you feeling rough, alive and moving at least? Turn around, bright eyes. I also find it weird that Vampyr site doesn't reveal stuff that you can interact with.
Best stay back, sir. Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Oh, fuck it. No, it's the priests! The priests! I hate the priests. Right, we're good. Ooh. I found a thing. I think I can also maybe upgrade my two-hander as well. This isn't the way. Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I think some of the interactable stuff in this game is also highly missable. Like, just seeing stuff. Hey, I can make the best healths. Right, can I upgrade this now? I can! I literally, that was the one remaining thing that I needed. Do I want damage or do I want stun points? Well, it would make sense to do that, but I'm gonna do... yeah, I'm gonna do damage. Lovely. Cool, we have, like, a best one of each weapon now as well. Perfect. Perfect. Now, we have a bloody good mace. I think this is his mansion. But there was other people that I hadn't seen yet that I can talk to, so I kind of want to go do that first. I hope his brief blessness we always to be brief. Yeah. Oh, that was good. I was about to go up and kill him. He's a good bloke. Hello.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
Hope to takes my gains. They may be small, but they're nice.
Who are you, sir?
There's no such thing as small gains, Nath. A gain is a game. You're doing well. You're kicking ass. Taking names.
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard?
Find your
Oh.
answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I work for the Ascalon Club.
I work for the Ascalon Club.
Not quite fighting the bears yet, but on my way there. Oh,
The Ascalon?
cubs, maybe. Cubs.
Said so, sir. I must
Work
warn
your way
these
up, you know?
streets are dangerous, and you'd better be careful.
Right.
What are you really doing here?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
Do you work alone?
Yes, the situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
What about the situation in the East End?
Probably could bop a
Why
wombat.
are there no police there to
That's
protect
basically
the
like a bear.
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there is
Aren't
a
they
homicidal
vicious?
maniac on the loose.
Isn't a bear?
Using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
Bet you could take down a drop bear. That's true.
And what about...
Charles believes a homicidal maniac is hiding behind this epidemic. If I got one more mesmerized level, I could eat him.
the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
I'd like to report a name, Inspector. Jeffrey McCullum. I'm afraid he's some sort of vigilante, trying to recruit an army of angry citizens.
Then I'll write the name down and transmit this intelligence to the appropriate office. Thank you, sir.
Look at me being a good egg.
Tell me all you know about that homicidal maniac you're looking for.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent.
Modus operandi.
Sometimes precise and swift.
How could
How
different
fancy.
killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps a sadist cult.
What are you investigating exactly?
I have a missing woman, possibly abducted a few nights ago. Louise Teasdale. It seems you already found my other missing person, Mr. Tadao Kimura.
I don't say one was a vicious, more like super grouchy giant hamsters.
Our father reported her missing. We don't have enough men to search for her, sadly.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
I've already found her.
But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not equipped for such an investigation.
What are you?
I have a
Tell me.
She's awake.
Do you have?
No.
Oh,
Do you know anything in
with an
particular?
arse built like a brick wall.
Aloysius Dawson.
Who doesn't know the man? I think he intervened personally to put an end to the police strike of last August.
What else can you tell me about him?
Aloysius Dawson is exactly the kind of powerful and influential man who could commit murder and get away with it. With just one phone call.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. John.
Oh, this is the same place, okay. I need to figure out how to get down there. Oh, maybe it'd be this way.
Jonathan Reed.
Your gym guy right there.
Last we
What, an
met,
arse built like a brick wall?
Cards warned me you would visit tonight.
Or to fight a wombat?
Do I know you?
Of course you do.
Or both, actually. Both would work.
Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
The arse.
Kind of.
Okay.
Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, to be precise. I'm really glad we met tonight. I love it when the cards tell me a truth.
The cards told you to expect me.
Yes, they tell me everything. They told me that you struggle hard not to take too many lives.
Asher seems to know many Londoners have been recently murdered. Oh, solid. I see what you did there.
Tell me about yourself. What do you do here, besides turning cards in the middle of the night?
I'm for most a charlatan. For a few, I'm a vampire. And for you, I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole.
Some believe you to be a vampire. Who?
The guard of Priwen, who else?
Ugh.
For a time, they sent spies to observe my activities. And they
The
even
guards of
broke into
Priwen
my
are
home to gather proof.
Did they
Annoying.
steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me.
Shit.
What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your notebook back?
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course. I do ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
Okay.
For how long have you been a primate?
It was 15 years last year.
What do you make of Dr. Swansea?
I see the
Edgar
camera
was a
like
brilliant
this.
and
If I remember
dedicated
right,
man.
Neff really likes
Man of
Jonathan's
his
face.
time. Sometimes a little muddled, but always looking for new paths and new concepts.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood?
I really don't know. I don't often go outside. And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me? You're a poor fortune teller then.
Oh, I can tell you many things, but they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Do the card?
Usher is aware of the real circumstances of Mary's death. He's becoming very good to eat.
Speak of my Mary.
No. It's the burning aura of guilt that precedes you everywhere you go.
Read my fortune then.
You have been chosen, Jonathan. I see on you the mark of a strong being, so powerful it needn't even reveal its strength.
You mean you're not really wrong about that?
Can you read the cards for me?
Are you sure you want to know what they will reveal?
Yes, I am.
It will cost you 150 shillings.
Oh, go on then.
Here is the money.
The hunter. A good heart in disguise. A liar willing to help for real. An armed man unable to strike.
May I ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books,
Oh.
not always fairly or with consideration.
Who found
Simple
the Brotherhood?
That's
disagreements.
precisely the kind of question I
Simple
cannot answer.
disagreements.
It is delicate and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars.
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you, the cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right. Let me hear it.
The walls of your prison have already been raised, Jonathan. But you will freely accept to be locked inside, full of hope for a better day.
How did you learn about Mary?
Interesting, okay.
And spare me the hocus-pocus parlor tricks. The truth, now!
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
She was no longer the sister I knew. She had changed. Hateful and bitter. She was determined to destroy our entire family.
She returned as a force of evil, Jonathan. In putting an end to her misery, you also protected many innocent souls.
I know it's a little while that you said it, Barrel, but I hope you managed to get Spider-Man's Platinum. I don't think that's a difficult one. Because I think I nearly got the Platinum for Spider-Man, and I only played it through once when I noticed it.
Is there anything you could tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Aloysius Dawson. Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts, readings which blackened his
There's the one
heart.
before Mars, and yeah, it's not terribly hard. Good game, so makes it E. Yeah.
Goodbye, sir.
I rarely wander.
That's the thing with me. I'm not really too bothered about like platinum in games anyway. But I feel like the closest one that I've considered to doing was Ragnarok, because I literally had 5 left to do when I finished the game, and it's all just get all chests and all hilts and shit. And it's like, well, I've already got most of them. It's just something that I probably haven't brought, but I'm not like that eager to do it because I'm just sort of like, eh. But I think Ragnarok is a really easy one to do. Right, there was a woman over here. Oh, there's 2. Is this the last 2 here in this area? There's 2 blokes. I don't know where they are, but...
Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reed, I didn't know you had returned from the war. I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition.
Oh.
It's been a long time.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
Got a shop?
May I look at your goods?
It's always a pleasure to have...
Oh, I mean, you don't really have anything that I don't already have.
Good evening.
You know you can call me...
Hey, thanks for the follow, Ripley. How you doing? Lovely to see you.
Aloysius Dawson.
Everybody knows him. He's only been to my shop once, though, looking for rare books and other intriguing antiques.
Did he buy something from you?
No, he left quickly. He almost laughed at my goods. Mr. Dawson may be a rich man, but you can't buy good manners.
But isn't Aloysius Dawson known for his philanthropy?
That was before his brother Robert died in an aeroplane crash.
An
Since then,
aeroplane
the
crash?
has turned into a
Oh
heartless
my.
tycoon.
He doesn't really give you much XP for a pillar of an area.
What can you tell me about yourself, Miss Price?
I'm
But yeah, hey, how you doing?
The only difference is, since the quarantine, we're open at night. You, on the contrary, seem to have
Get a bit of a
changed
stretch going on. Have I changed?
Have I changed that much?
I'm okay, and you? Yeah, I'm doing
It
pretty
must have
good.
been the war.
I'm doing pretty good.
And the night shifts since
Happy to have
Don't get
2
me
days
wrong,
off from
it's
work.
still- it's, just maybe a little bit wiser.
Although work's not been, like, incredibly bad recently, which has been a change of
Tell me
things, I
more
guess.
about yourself.
But yeah,
No new fiancé?
it's just been nice.
I remember you were hoping to get remarried. I'm sure you...
Did you get whoever you were pulling for on Genshin, by the way? I can't remember if I saw if you did or not.
Nothing at all, Dr. Reed.
Nice. I can't remember how to pronounce her name, but yeah, I know the one. She's the flame one. I want a 50-50. Nice. Nice. I do not have enough gems or wishes to even try pulling for anyone, but I probably would go for Yelan if I did. I think she was the one that was up against her. But congrats on winning the 50-50.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health. when she was younger.
Have you not seen her
Do-do-do.
since you returned? She's almost a young woman now, but she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid.
Some things never change. Carol is still too clumsy for her own good. Sometimes her innocence puts her in real danger.
Okay.
Why would her
There goes that cable I was talking about.
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much.
Did you end up turning that person to a vampire after the old guy? That's the quest that we're still on at the moment. I found new people to talk to, so we're just talking to them, and they're giving us like a little bit more bit of information about the character in general. I don't think I want to, because I don't. He's like the sword that's rich, but bad rich. Like, he does anything to help the rich people, and then all the poor people have to suffer for it. I don't like the idea of turning that sort of person into an immortal. Wasn't there another female character in here? Oh, she went downstairs. How'd she get down there? Yeah, maybe don't. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know if I'm going to have a choice, because it's a mandatory thing given to us by the cult leader. So I don't know what happens if I don't, if he'll get angry at us. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens, I think. But ideally, if I can get away with not doing it, I won't. I think I'm supposed to be able to spy on her or something, but I can't figure out how. Oh, here we go.
Be careful, Carol. You're wasting good food here.
Yes, Mother.
She's gonna cut herself, isn't she?
I said be careful, child.
Never mind.
Sorry, sweetheart. Mummy has been so clumsy again.
Okay. I guess her mum done it.
You're so pale. Are you feeling sick? Do you need to see a doctor?
No, I'm fine. I already saw the
Where's the
doctor
kid's eyebrows?
Don't be silly. You must see a doctor. Just
That's not the important thing here. I don't know why I'm focusing on that. But it's like, where's the character's eyebrows?
I love you too, Mother.
I don't think clumsy is a word for that. Nope. Right, if I can wait for him to get back up, and then I can question them. I mean, there's a policeman. Well, there was a policeman over here. What the fuck? There was legit a policeman, and now that we've seen a crime, he's gone. Let's talk to the daughter more first, before we talk to the woman.
I am sorry, I
Good evening.
Mother shaves them off because she's clearly evil. This is a typical stepmother syndrome right now.
Yes, of course. You are the doctor who healed me and my mum. Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Good to see you.
Cop
too.
gone when needed. This game is very realistic.
Oh, yes. I did not hurt myself recently. I know how to take care of myself now. I'm almost a grown-up.
Have you ever met the famous Aloysius Dawson?
Yes. A very strange man. Not very nice.
What do you
No,
do?
I don't
He
think
said
he's
he was
very
going to
nice
pay
either.
money for rare books, and then laughed at what we showed him.
Why are you awake at night, Carol?
I am helping my mother in her shop.
I sat there reading.
It's not easy, but I'm a grown-up now.
I'm sure your mother is grateful for your help.
I do
It's
the
a
best
weird
I can,
questioning.
but I'm so clumsy sometimes. I drop things. I injure myself. It's a good thing my mother has the patience of an angel.
Why is work not easy? Is something or someone bothering you?
Oh no, most people are gentle with me. But I'm so nervous sometimes. I pay no attention and hurt myself. Good thing my mum learned first aid.
Carol's often hurt by her clumsy mother. Carol's mother was always taking good care of her when she was injured.
What can you tell me of
Caroline also takes care of her daughter whenever she was injured. Caroline often hurts her daughter by clumsiness. Carol admits she has a thing for her former physician, Dr. Jonathan Reed. She has a thing for me? Oh. That'd make things a lot easier for me to kill her.
people living nearby?
I don't speak to many people, except our customers. It's not easy to make friends. And with the epidemic, it's even more difficult.
What can you tell me about the epidemic?
Some of our regular customers have left London. Some others only send their housemaids now. Everybody fears the contagion. I've even seen men with weapons.
Yeah, that'd be the.
No.
Oh my god, the guards are Gruen.
Nice to me.
Has she
Gruen.
not come by?
I forgot their names already. We were literally talking about them a minute ago.
Weird. Always reciting poetry about a girl he'd met in Whitechapel.
Garwin, something like that.
I wonder who this Camellia may be.
Do you enjoy working with your mother?
Oh yes, Doctor. My mother raised me alone after my father died. We've always lived together, and she has always watched over me.
Right.
Do you remember your father?
No, I was just a baby then. My mother always told me how strong and good he was.
Do you ever think about getting married now you're a
Yeah.
Oh no.
My lip was getting chapped.
Mum always says I'm still a child who has no idea how tough life can be. No husband would like a clumsy girl like me.
Especially when like one whose mother hurts them a lot.
Is it true you often hurt yourself, Carol?
Yes, it's true. I try to behave, I really do. But one way or another, I always end up injured or wounded. I'm so stupid.
Why would you be stupid?
It's like I can't help getting under my mother's feet. That's how I end up being pushed, cut, or burned. You see, I'm a stupid girl, really.
When exactly do these accidents happen?
Ever since I was little. That's why I need to stay with Mum. I'm not capable of taking care of myself.
I don't think that's it. Right.
Goodbye.
If anything, killing her mum would release her.
Good evening, Miss Price.
You...
Tell me, Carolyn, do you often wound or hurt your daughter by mistake?
No. I always thought it was Carol's clumsiness that caused these incidents. Maybe it's a family trait, Doctor.
You really believe it's just bad luck and being...
Yeah, but you do it. How is it being clumsy?
What else could it be? I have nothing to hide.
You are responsible for your daughter's many injuries and scars, Carolyn. You brutalize her, don't you?
How could I abuse my own flesh and blood? This is nonsense. It would be like hurting myself.
You really believe you've done nothing wrong, don't you? How long has this been going on for? I should have seen it when you were my patient.
See what? Child abuse? Are you mad, Dr. Reed? I dedicated my whole life to my precious Carol. She is
We literally
part
just
of
saw
me.
her do it. I mean, she didn't see us
Even
seeing
name
her,
is
but
just a part of yours.
yeah, like we just saw it happen.
Something of an unknown disorder. My God. Abuse that comes from overwhelming love.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. How dare you say something like that? What kind of a monster do you think I am?
The kind that cuts your child.
Speak to me, Carolyn. Why do you behave like this? How does it make you feel to hurt Carol before cajoling her?
I don't know. It makes me feel good to take care of my daughter. I need to feel useful. No one ever takes care of me. I need someone to take care of me.
Do you realize Carol is a person? Not a toy, not a doll. The poor girl would put her hand in a flame to please you. You are both trapped in this toxic relationship.
Carol and I are perfectly happy. Leave us be. How stupid I was to believe you could be a suitable husband.
If no one stops you, you will kill her.
This is probably
You will
not going to
keep
be
on
the good choice.
torturing her out of smothering love until she breaks or you hurt her too much.
How dare you? I carried Carol inside of me for 9 months. You men can't understand the bond between a mother and her child. I could kill for her.
Goodbye for now.
Did I unlock a new hint with
Good evening.
her?
My mother.
You need to understand you are in danger, Carol. Your mother is responsible for all your injuries.
That's a lie. She has always taken good care of me. She only gets irritated when I get under her feet. It's my fault.
Okay.
My mum loves me
I thought
so
she was
much.
going to deny that her mum hurt her, and I was going to be like,
Your
oh god,
mother
they both got it.
believes she loves you as much as you're convinced she loves you. But you are both trapped in a toxic relationship that puts you in danger.
What are you saying? That she lied to me all these years? That she wants me to be miserable? My mother has dedicated her life to my safety.
Your mother claims she cares for you.
Eat
You're
them
just
both.
a vessel for her disease. I even suspect she doesn't see you as a person, but only as a part of herself.
Stop that. How dare you? There was no need for you to return from that stupid war if it's only to make us suffer.
Oh shit, I failed.
Goodbye.
Good morning. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss.
You know you can.
Gonna nip out. Don't worry. Very subtle. Yeah.
Poor me. Oh no, poor me. I'm dying. For real. No one will cry for me now.
You're a free child. Oh, the cop was there. Let's see what happens. Right. Where am I going? Where's the main quest gone?
I cannot enter. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I be of assistance?
Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... Your name sounds familiar. And your face. Have we met before?
I think I would remember. So I suppose the answer is no.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you anyway.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
Oh, you also give 2000 XP.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?
We are waiting. Waiting for someone.
And why are you waiting for this person?
Because we need to leave this city. As soon as possible.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really...
Agamemnon? God, that's having a name. Jesus.
Can you tell me anything about this district?
Although, to be fair, if the other one's Pericles, I'm Assuming they're
Allow me
Greek.
to ask you one first.
Please, be my guest.
Do you like this city?
I know we are not living in the most peaceful of times, but I have learned to appreciate London's complexity.
Yes, me too. This city tests us. It invites us to find ourselves, to discover our true nature scattered throughout its dark streets.
But what if we don't like what we find?
Do we ever know who we are? I wonder sometimes. Or maybe it is the journey to find out who we are that changes us.
And what do you do, sir? For a living, that is.
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. Wanted something this city can't provide.
But what were you doing before you took this decision?
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all my life. And now I think it's over.
Okay.
Tell me more about why you want to leave London, then.
I just don't belong here anymore. I had to convince my brother to leave London because I know we need to find another life out of the city.
Suspicious. Suspicious.
Who are you waiting for? I'm sure he has a name.
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help to leave London anyway?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place already, but my brother convinced me to stay a while longer, and here we are.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
I've heard this is a man who has searched for his place in the world for a long time. I hope he found it.
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening, sir. I am Dr.
Now time for
Jonathan Reed. Do
Agamemnon.
you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell me what the time is?
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
Okay, let's talk about Aloysius.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
You should ask that question to my brother instead. Personally, I've not seen Aloysius for many years.
Okay.
May I ask what you're doing outside at this hour of night?
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own ideas.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
Panda is Misfit. Welcome in, how you doing?
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy. Or at least that's what I believe.
I'm good, mate. You? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
Time to leave.
I'm doing pretty good.
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore. Are you?
What kind of question is that?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to
We're
ask?
questioning people and trying to find out all
And
of
I
the
believe
questions.
You just did it, actually.
Been a while. Yeah.
May I ask why you've not gone?
Have you been keeping well?
Exasperated by this long wait.
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have said it's laziness, but it's just because he's prouder than I am.
12 months to be exact. Yeah, I'm all good. Me and Melissa's have a baby girl now. Aw, congrats. Congrats.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's older than me.
Time does fly.
I think. But the important thing is that I really hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Confused.
Pericles is very attached.
The other brother said that he brought him out. This bloke said that he brought him out. The people in West End are bloody confusing.
Who are you waiting for exactly?
The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I'm afraid I'm not following you.
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you're not in your place?
How you been keeping? Yeah, I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good. Just cracking on with everything. You know, take it day by day, all that stuff.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free you?
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
Alright, I think I've answered everything then. Yeah, cool.
Goodbye. Good evening. Pericles, tell me why your brother disagrees with your presence here.
Agamemnon is naive sometimes. Although don't consider him a fool, sir. He is often more lucid than me.
At least you both have the same difficulty explaining what you're doing, and for what reason.
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
Yes, but why would you mention the word mortals?
What can you tell me about your brother?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead of wasting your time with me. He's always been the more gentle of us.
That's it? That's all you can tell me about him?
For the time being, true kindness is the most valuable quality, my good sir.
What if who they're waiting for is me, in that sense that they're waiting for me to kill them, which would technically free them from London? I do not know. But what I'm more confused about is the fact that the main mission marker's disappeared and it's not coming back. So now I don't really know where to go. Oh, maybe it's this. I still don't know why it disappeared, but I mean, yeah, I guess it was here. Right.
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains, am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
I don't want to make him a progeny. I don't think he deserves it. We'll loot his cupboards, and then we'll kill him. I mean, he's already old, so he's already on his way out. We just play it off. Otherwise, you know?
Reduced in rank for false...
Oh. The cop has been reduced in rank for having sent innocents to the gallows.
Accusing a man of murder.
So...
I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
The cop is actually not a very good cop. Surprise, surprise. The plot thickens.
It's locked.
It is locked, but for how long?
It's locked, all right.
Right, here we go.
finally you're here, Dr. Reed. What took you so long?
I bet he only wants to become a vampire because he is about to die.
To access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes, yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reed. Planned very carefully.
Sir, I'm going to end your life. Do you not wish to discuss the
Eat him.
procedure for even a minute?
I don't know.
I don't have a minute to indulge in.
As long as he doesn't
I can't
become a vampire, I don't really care.
So cold.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege, or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reed, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
This is why he's not going to do it.
What do you know about the Guard of Priya?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Let's move on then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reed, and I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London. I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
Who gave you the right to decide the fate of thousands of people?
My money. My money and my pending immortality gives me the needed authority, Doctor. I'm a businessman. I'm used to tough decisions.
Not really a tough decision. You're just simply putting all the rich people first.
Plan to build a quarantine wall across London.
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich from the poor?
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
By doing so, you will also create two separate prisons.
Come, sir. An eminent doctor like yourself knows that such radical measures have proved efficient in the past.
Quarantine is not a bad idea, medically speaking. But I'm convinced this epidemic will not be contained by mere walls.
As long as the right people are on the right side of the wall, that's all.
And it all comes down to the right people.
But you can't guarantee infection will not spread. Just one contagious carrier would be enough to create an apocalypse.
The apocalypse is already knocking at the gate. We must be strong now.
What if a new outbreak happens inside your walls? You'll have created a giant trap.
That won't happen. As long as we dispose of anyone that is contaminated as soon as they are spotted.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
You get your fear of dying. turn. I make your vampire embrace, I'll kill you. Kind of want to try charming. It doesn't give that much XP.
Listen to me, Aloysius Dawson. You will forget your
I'm
fear
gonna try
of
charming.
dying, for it has poisoned your mind and made you bitter and ruthless since the death of your twin brother.
You don't understand. Death is oblivion, the eternal void. I know there's nothing there. I saw it in Robert's empty eyes. I saw myself in that coffin.
Death is painful for those who remain, not for those who have passed. All that occult gibberish you filled your head with has made you forget this simple truth.
No! Death will not claim me. I have the power and the money. I've acquired the arcane knowledge needed. I believe there is magic there are dark forces. You will provide me my extension.
Your ignorance makes you a fool. You have no idea. Look at me. Hunted like a beast, my family lost, cursed. I have not escaped death, I have become it.
No, there must be a way. I don't want to go like my brother did. I have money, lots of money.
Well, he's not gonna do shit.
I know you used to be a good and generous man. So I offer you the gift of peace, Aloysius. The tranquility of a true death.
I accept your offer. And I understand. No more fear. I will die a man of dignity. And a man at peace.
Hey, mesmerize level 5. Let's go.
It's locked.
Kill him, and then I'll take the key.
Is it done, Dr. Reed? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
I'm afraid Mr. Dawson finally chose to embrace life and death as a mortal.
What do you mean?
He has overcome his fear of dying. I let him rest and wait for death to come.
What? This is unacceptable. Go back there and make him the powerful Ekon he's destined to be.
No, Lord Redgrave. As a doctor and as an immortal, I can't. If you wish to make him your progeny, then proceed on your own.
This is an outrage beyond words. This is betrayal, pure and simple. I should kill you on the spot. You swore on William Marshall's blood.
Well, get rid of me then.
From now on, you're an outcast. Banished.
Ah, man, that's the quickest we've ever been in a cult and got kicked out of.
Ascalon will smite you on sight, and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone.
Talk with old Bridget. Protect the Pembroke Hospital. Uh-oh. I think something's about to happen. And not something good. What are you doing here?
Again at the strangest of times, young Ekon. So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget, what are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon. She sent me to warn you.
Did anyone see you? It's a long way from the dock sewers, and hunters are patrolling the streets here.
Who said I took the streets? How do you think I survived for centuries in this city without ever being seen?
So yeah, she does pretty much know all the secrets going on.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. just as you did.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her. I like her too.
She's mine.
Lady Ashby in the sewers.
Not that she's property, but she's my lady. Back off.
She said she was your friend, and that she sought the identity of your maker. So I answered her questions.
Lady Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
Oh shit.
Wait, slow down. I need to ask you something.
I'm listening, but I do not have time to waste, so be quick.
Why do I feel like Lord Redgrave was particularly irritated to see you? Far more so than the average Skull, if I may say.
Because I used to know him quite well, and he is afraid I may remember who he really is.
You're
Maybe.
Elizabeth's informant.
Maybe
You're the one who told
he
her
tried
Lord
turning
Redgrave's lies
her,
in his lineage.
and she turned into the skull.
But my words were not meant to hurt or threaten. I simply told the story of the sewer skulls, and of so many other forgotten children.
Where is Lady Ashbury right now?
She said she will go home. She needed to speak with some old friends first, though. Do not worry, young Ekon. She is no fool, and just as strong as you.
How did Elizabeth find you?
She presented herself humbly at our gate, and asked if we knew of any ancestral vampires hiding in London. She asked about Ascalon. She asked about many things.
What do you think of her?
Do you like her?
soul is good,
I like her. She's a good
but
lass.
painted with a deep sadness, and the scars of ancient wounds. Time does that to us immortals, for we have so much to dwell upon.
Why did she come to you?
I am old Bridget, the buried memory of the city. She sought the silent truths, truths I have kept hidden for so long.
Okay.
No time to lose then. I must go there right away.
I shall return to my den. Have you a message for the lady? Should I see her before you?
Yes. Tell her I love her.
Is this still unknown to her? Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising.
Right, we gotta get our ass to the hospital. Well, it does say that she's home.
You really thought you could betray Lord Redgrave?
Die, newborn!
I think he was stuck in the barrel. Why do they just assume that I betrayed him, though? Maybe that bloke came up with the decision on his own. You know? The doc is quite in trouble.
Good evening.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial's secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
Well, as it is a placebo of sorts, perhaps it may have some positive effect.
See? You have to admit I'm doing some good. The Swanborough family is not poisoning anybody, Doctor.
How is the sanity?
When people buy guns instead...
Yeah.
You look ill.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
He's healthy. Cool. Alright, let's run. I'd potentially like to sleep before this, because I got a feeling I'm going to have a big fight, but I don't...
This is now my domain, young echo.
Oh, God. He got stuck on the stairs. How the fuck did he miss that? Oh god, there's a big old bastard right there. Lovely. I don't think there's a hideout on the way here. Oh no, there is. There's one right there. I did not mean to eat the rat. Oh, fuck's sake. I fucking hate that one because I always forget that they do it. Okay, so... Don't know what would be the best thing to get. Get one more health, maybe one more stamina. Get Abyss up twice. Close to 3000 XP. Do hard bite. Right, just exact amount there. Shit might go down now because of the fact that we're doing it and a lot of people are ill at the docks. Yeah, campaign for his plan to save London from the Spanish flu by raising quarantine walls. But only a few hours before his death, the magnate had given orders to cancel the construction of the wall. More surprisingly, large donations of money has been received by all major London hospitals, while equally important contributions have been made to smaller clinics and dispensaries. Hey, so we done good with that. Look at that! Everyone's healed! Hey! I done a good job! let me go. Now you can go eat them all. Pretty much, yeah. There'd be no downfall now if I did. They wouldn't go into critical straight away.
What is this truck? Are the vampire hunters here already?
I mean, everyone's working as if nothing's happening. Oh god, have they taken Dr. Swansea?
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
Our request has been appointed as a medic by mistake during the war. Oh. No, oh my god, I wanted to check Dr. Forrest Strickland. Oh, has it been questioned in the past? These bastards done. I wanted to side with at least. I was hoping that we would side with one side. Like, the guards aren't here to kill all vampires, just ones that are causing a problem. So can we not help them to help us? You know?
Ultraviolet curtains and Ori calcium powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for one.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster just like William Marshall did.
No, I'm trying to put an end to it. Just like you are.
You're the progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak!
Uh-oh. That's bad for you.
So much for modern technology. Time for the tried and true. Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
What, is he a vampire as well?
Ridiculous. We're losing precious time.
True enough. Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father. So true light will cleanse you.
Oh, I forgot to change my skills.
Come on, Reed. Try something else. I know. It hurts, doesn't it? Your poisonous bite is useless on me.
God. So standing in the fucking middle things.
Or pin you down. True light will cleanse you.
I don't... He just stands in the middle. Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. That's what I'm after.
Innocent? Why does simple light burn you so much? Come on, Reed. Try something else. Show some style. Fight like a man. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect.
Oh my god. This fight is so tedious. It's like he... What does he think he's got? Excalibur or something? No, get out the fucking...
True light will cleanse you.
Oh my god.
I know. It hurts, doesn't it? If you're so innocent, why does simple...
No! Oh, I'm dead, am I? Oh, no, okay, I'm okay.
Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. I know!
Right. Fuck it. Have this. I'm hoping I get his sword.
Justice. Priwen shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
I'm not saying we could be friends, you and I. But perhaps we could collaborate to put an end to this epidemic.
Never! We are Priwen. We do not negotiate. We do not compromise.
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now. For there is no way you can sway me to your ideals.
That's where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
I can make him a vampire? Bruh. I don't want him to be a vampire. I'm alright.
I'll spare you, McCullum. I'll offer you the mercy you never offered me.
What is this ruse?
This is no ruse, McCullum. This is me letting you go. After all, you and I are both trying to save this poor country in our own way.
Can I have your sword?
I'll kill you, Reed. Next time we meet, I'll end you.
See? Progress already. You called me by my name. Until the next time. Goodbye, Hunter.
I think we done well. I didn't want to turn him into a vampire. I felt like he would like just end himself at that point. I need to make some more healies. Alright, so I got a rescue Edgar now. He's in the theatre. Ah, okay. Watery. How do I make watery substance, whatever that was? Right. That is over there. I feel like if I know that I'm getting close to the end, I could start just drinking people. You know? For shits and giggles. But I'm assuming, given the type and nature of this game, there's multiple endings. And I feel like killing everyone is not going to be benefiting a good ending. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where to get the stuff to make more health potions. Specifically, that blue ones. Why can he use the ultimate move constantly? It's cheating. Cool. Right, cable's been dispatched. I don't think it's coming till tomorrow anyway, but you know. It's just nice to know that it's on its way. Right, we're coming, Swansea. We're nearly there. Might have to take a BRB in a bit. I should pop to the toilet. Oh, I'm really looking forward to the pizza tomorrow. Mainly just because I haven't had pizza in a little while. And I want the pizza. I want it. I also need to get I need to remind Rubes to let me know of the second movie tomorrow.
So
I also need to get the first one. But yeah.
They invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters.
Okay. There we go.
Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence.
Right, so it is a theatre stage that we need. But there's obviously other people outside. Oh, I want to sort them out. So, let's grab that. Anything over here we can grab, or a couple of things. The massive stuff that we would need. I think those might be the only two. So just one's guarding up there, and then the rest down there. I think. Let's eat the rat to get the blood back. Oh no, yeah, there is more over there. Okay. I mean, I don't see the point in fighting all the others though if what I can get is just straight through here. Kind of makes the whole point of going around and fighting them a little bit unnecessary. Side of the door.
It's locked, all right.
Okay.
It's locked, all right. I should find the key. Blood of a pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind.
The Vampire Knight.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me? Jonathan, is it really you?
It's me!
Easy. Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
This ominous music
Don't
would
try
prove
to spare me.
otherwise.
As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
To prove him wrong, I let him go.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
Yes.
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
I think you're hiding something, Edgar.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Why would the Guard of Prewin believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession?
because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
It's a good book. I've got it in my room.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen.
Although it's weird to see them saying that he's a ancient vampire.
His return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
In a minute.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
I mean, it is all starting to seem a bit too coincidental.
Do you know where we are?
I think Jonathan's trying to imply that Swansea infected them both.
This hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance, just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum?
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
Oh, fucking hell.
And healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the influenza.
No wonder.
What did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
Right, I admit it. I boldly ventured into experimental realms, but I've killed no one to appease my thirst for knowledge, Jonathan. I'm no murderer.
I never asked to become what I am, Edgar. You chose to conduct your rogue experiments.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
And oh, so I either let him die or embrace him. I ain't turning him. Shit.
Yes, your death is imminent, Dr. Swansea. But I swear, it will be quick.
I already told you to call me Edgar. Am I no longer your friend?
I believe you never have been, sir. You have lied to me at every step and betrayed the trust of a woman I cherish.
You and the lady? Really? Why, I should have seen it coming, I suppose. May I add that I welcome this? The biting, I mean.
You have your wish.
Is it going to hurt? I always wondered.
Do you think that answers his question if it hurts? I get that, you know, being a doctor and shit, in times like these, you want to test out certain things to experiment and all of that. Fair enough, you know. It is that day and age of things where stuff like that happens and they can't do stuff unless they trial and error, right? But at the same time, surely, like, this is so unknown that it's just too stupid to do. Or at least you would think it was, anyway. I thought he was a smart bloke. But apparently not. Time frame of given one. Oh yeah, true. Hey, apparently you still pissed from yesterday? Nah. I'm fine. Welcome in, Harbinger. I get what you mean, Fry. But I feel like when you add the whole vampire stuff into it, that's when people start to question certain things more than just standard times. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just giving people more sense than they actually have. There's no way in hell I was going to turn him. Because he'll just keep doing it. I got to talk to Lady Ashbury. Okay.
So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
It's a leech! Get it!
A man cured stomach ulcers, drank a whole bottle of something to give himself them to prove the cure. I mean, if you're doing it on yourself, all fair. But if you're doing it on two separate patients and you don't know the outcome, that's where it gets a little bit iffy for me. Again, like the time frame sort of situation, that was just a thing back then. But, yeah. Place be wild. Times be wild. Or aces are wild. Whatever you want. However you want to really want to say it. As iffy as a doctor? It is, yeah. The thing is, though, if he just talked to Jonathan, he would have known not to do that. It's not like he had no one he could have talked to that has knowledge based on the subject. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. See you tonight. Cool. Oh. She's got swords up in there as well.
It's locked.
No one's giving me the swords.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
He was mortally wounded. I put an end to his misery.
That is terrible, Jonathan. And yet you did what you must. The poor man.
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skal.
See if he has a friend since he left promises to the lady as well about the blood.
Who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
Edgar's behavior was beyond lunacy. He had neither the discipline, knowledge, nor the proper facilities to conduct blood experiments.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it?
Not me.
The poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What?
Yeah, but she's not causing disease.
No. No. This can't be. Oh.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your enemy.
No! Elizabeth!
Oh, damn it. There goes my canoodle option. Shit. Just another collectible. So I've got to get that from him, and there. Okay. Alright, got to make an antidote. Although I don't know if McCallum's going to give it to us, and Pembroke. If anything, that's going to be a fight on his own. But he's supposed to be like an all-powerful... Well, actually, no. He's supposed to be an all-powerful vampire, but at the same time, he can't even make a vampire. So... yeah. I went with Edgar gave no heeds ethics. Did she run out when you done that? Yeah. Oh. I think she'll probably run out regardless, because she's finding out that her blood caused a lot of issues, right? That'd be like the common thing there.
Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need.
I don't know what he meant when he said a healthy carrier, though, because just because her blood technically caused it, she's not actively giving people her blood. So in my head, I'm like, it'll be fine.
Whose blood could be purer than that of William Marshall? Good evening, old chap.
I didn't mean to do that shit.
You need...
Oh shit, okay. I know that he doesn't like me, but maybe we can just talk him into giving us the sample. It's more that she sets these things in motion and runs away. Yeah. This game's got such a good story.
I'm still persona non grata in the Ascalon Club. If I want to speak with Lord Redwood,
Ow! Fuck. Oh, fuck off. I gotta admit, some of the hitboxes are pretty shit in this. Because I was not in that. Oops. Oh man, here's a vampire. You mean Dawson? I know Dawson isn't, because I already killed. He's already dead. Mr. Redgrave, I demand the blood. Actually, wasn't there a basement? Maybe in the basement. Oh, there it is.
Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
What are you doing here, traitor? I shall smite you for this audacity.
I'm not here to bicker, Lord Redgrave. I can put an end to this epidemic, but I need your assistance to do so.
Good. We've held out thus far, but the time has come to put an end to this crisis. Tell me, what do you need?
The blood of William Marshall.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
This is more important than the club, you or me. This is London's last hope.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
If you manage to save this city, you'll prove yourself a veritable servant of the crown. So Godspeed, Dr. Reed.
Okay, well that went better than I expected.
In your hands.
Is there anyone here I would like to eat? I think this place is in a healthy situation. So I could have a nibble or two. How many of you eaten thus far? If we're talking like outside of the main pillars, I think 3. Wait a minute. Welcome in, Udon. I did, thank you. I did. Yeah, so he died of natural causes. I ate Caroline, so that's 1. I ate Shun, so that's 2. Dorothy died of natural causes. I embraced Edgar and Clay, so that's 4. And Sean, 5. I've eaten 5. Oh no, you're eating people? Yes. Avery Cork. Cop. I did a pacifist run, which made it more difficult. I thought the game said the more you eat, the more difficult it gets. But it feels like the less you eat, the more difficult it gets. So I'm like, alright, make up your mind. Is it one or the other? Less, more difficult. Since you get less experience. Yeah. I should do it here, right?
Poor Miss Reed. I leave her alone with the most despicable monster of all, her own son.
Right, where's Mum? Eat more, you get experience both eating and more fighting. Yeah. Anything changes based on your choices too? Yeah. Yeah, I figured that.
Your father and I have spoken about your fiancé, Mary. We believe he'll be an honorable husband for you. We'll set a date for the marriage.
I'm not really too bothered about the ending I get. It's all an experience, right?
Give me grandchildren. I understand your thirst for knowledge, Jonathan. And your father and I are proud of it.
I've been good though. I've managed to get everywhere not under critical.
When will I meet your soulmate?
So I feel like I've been doing pretty well. I mean, killing a bunch of people probably is not going to do me any favours. But, you know.
But I'll never cease to believe in a match made in heaven, my beloved.
I really wish you could meet them.
He only gives 1,000 XP. I'll leave the mother.
You would love her.
Kind of tempted to... The two brothers, I can't really... I'm not quite sure the best way about doing their ones. The cop wouldn't be a bad idea. I haven't done those either. But I kind of just do the main story. Yeah. I'm just going to do the main story. Who else would be pretty good? I feel like the cop would give me a lot of XP. Right. Where's the cop? Oh no, this is going the wrong way. Wait, which way am I wanting to go? I was saying this earlier, I kind of wish that you could, like, locate people on the map. Panda's prepping for the ending of him sitting on the beach at night drinking Bloody Marys. Yeah. Wait a minute, I'm lost now. Where was the thingy? It was here, I think. Like this location. I think. I thought I came from the way that I'm running away from. Yeah, I do really enjoy this game. I just wish the combat was a little bit something else. I guess would be my only quarrel with the game. Yeah, combat's the weakest side of the game for sure. Yeah, pretty much. Not that I mean, it's not like it's bad or anything, you know, which is the thing. It's just that it just feels like it's lacking a bit because it's kind of just like the basic combat that you can get in the game. But outside of that, nothing wrong with it.
Hello again, Carol.
My mother always told me that she had to protect me from the cruel world. Now I see what she meant. This is a harsh and violent world, Dr. Reed.
Yes, Carol. As you know all too well, it can be a violent world.
I don't know what you mean. And I prefer you call me Miss Price. I'm not a child anymore.
Finally, you're acting your age. Well done. I'm glad I killed your mother.
Dr. Reed.
What are you...
Well,
I was lucky.
Why do
I don't think so. You had better interview Miss Teasdale.
Oh, I thought I already had done this conversation.
All I did was to lead them safely home. Is it true you were dropped in rank? Tell me about it.
Yes, it is. I made a terrible mistake. I deserved it. Sometimes I think I should have resigned.
So why are you still working here?
Because I'm a damn fine copper. I just don't want to have someone innocent hung again by mistake because of me.
Killed is such a strong word, Panda. You meant drink her mother for sure.
The death penalty is not an efficient deterrent. I sometimes think it pushes criminals to more violence, since they know they have nothing to lose.
I agree. I'm convinced all civilized nations should abolish...
Damn it, I like this bloke. Never mind, we're not eating him.
After the war, once that bloodshed is over, the survivors will change that.
Why do you think there shouldn't be a death penalty?
I believe no one should decide to take a man's life. Not a nation or a government.
Fuck! Why does he have to start being nice? I should have just eaten them rather than try to get hints.
Divine justice. Only God has the right to decide who will live and who must die.
Oh, no, he's talking about God. Okay, I like him a little bit less now. 5,000 XP, though, if I eat him.
Senpai, don't lick me there. It's dirty.
I mean, yeah. Damn it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What about those two fellas that were over here?
Good evening.
There's no more hints on that. Damn it. You know what? No more eating people. Unless they really push me over the edge. Got 13k XP. That'd be enough. Ah, yeah. That's the things that I need all of. Okay. I've got everything that I want, so I'm on there. $220. That's not that far off. I wouldn't be able to make it anyway, but... Two, three, five. 330. Oh, that's 486. Never mind. I was like, oh my god, that does so much more, but it doesn't. Okay. Okay. I upgraded the bone saw in my playthrough. I was using that one, but then I got the axe, and the axe was better for me anyway. And I was like, okay, we'll keep the axe then, I suppose. So I need what? 4,000 to finish off my health. Another 4,000 for stamina. I quite like this one. So that's 8. And then I'd have 5,000 left. So I could get the Abyss. And maybe a couple more bloods. Alright, I got 2,000. Oh. Oh, no, I can get 3 bloods. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Following night. Bonesaw giving blood is great if you're doing the pacifist run. Yeah. Edgar Swansea aged. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. The lack of a head surgeon has led to a drastic drop in the operation success. Maybe. Oh, shit. They're in critical now. Ooh. If only he didn't die. I didn't kill the fucking butler. Jesus. Fuck me. Well, the plan is we're not sleeping again for the rest of the game. Yeah, but who gives your mum food and makes sure she don't wander the streets? Yeah, but to make a whole zone in critical? I don't know. That's a lot. Just saying. Right, I actually do need to take a quick BRB. Right, it is this way I want to go. Yeah, cool. Right. Yeah, I need to take a look at BRB. Be like a few minutes. Shouldn't be too long. Yeah, I'll see you in a minute. More classical symphonic metal. Love it. Awesome. Right. Sorry to get back up. Right, yo. Got a bit of a way to run, but I don't think it'd take too long. Because the map's actually not that big. Is there anyone here that I'd want to eat? No, because I'm not sleeping now. Yeah, we're alright, we're alright. Maybe Camilla, but the mute. But now I'm alright. This way, right? Yeah, 'cause I think that's in like the graveyard area. Oh yeah, the crazy priest. If I was gonna eat anyone, I would have eaten him. Yeah. There's me nearly eating the cop. Wow. What have I become? You bastard. Right. Oh, those are resistances.
Right now, sir. This one's mine.
Mate, what are you doing? Just fucking hit him. What the f... Am I okay? What happened to me? Big boy.
It's onto us. He's dead.
Night.
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another vital ingredient for my recipe.
I really don't want to fight McCallum again. Oh, I bet he's in a mausoleum. Should remember whereabouts that was here. Alright, where was the priest? Gotcha. Wait, no. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to attach the body that was highlighted, but okay. Callum?
It's locked, all right.
Leech spotted! What up? Leech! I'll get his head! Fuck, it's fast! Oh, that's gonna be smart! Watch it! It's a killer!
I don't know where the fucker is then. He's not coming up on like the list. I say the list. He's not coming up on my my senses. And now that says I'm outside of the circle. Where is he?
Someone clip that. No, it wasn't.
Bobby!
I'm just kidding.
Oh wait, maybe he's up the top bit. Whoops. Yesterday was so fucking funny. What, the stream or something happened? Your stream, okay. Oh, I just had to check. I don't know. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it and you found it fun. That is what I was intending. This is just where I was a minute ago. Where the fuck am I going? I swear I've looked around all of this bit and I haven't found him. Yeah, no, I did have a lot of fun yesterday. Oh, there he is! Why weren't you coming up on my thing? Oh, it just physically isn't.
Good evening, Vampire Hunter.
Are you here to end me, Leech? You'll find I will not be killed easily.
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you? You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
I have found the carrier, McCullum. The infection's source. It may be science or some supernatural power that's responsible for all this. But I will harness either or both to end the epidemic.
A vampire doctor. My God, you're a terrifying creature. Jonathan Emmett Reed.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reed.
Well, I'm already damned anyway.
Thank you. Can we speak more?
Indeed.
I'm drinking applesauce out of my applesauce bag. Okay.
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents.
Is this another drink that I wouldn't know unless it was in the UK?
Were both your parents killed by vampires?
Yes. And yet worse. My father returned to Dublin a vampire and tore out my mother's throat.
No, it's literally applesauce in a drink pouch. Oh.
And who was this man?
Okay. I mean, it's different.
One time
Sounds like breakfast to me.
He killed my father in front of me. Helped me hunt my brother Ain after teaching me how to kill leeches.
What will the Guard of Priwen do now? Will you stop the Great Hunt?
Yes. But we shall continue to protect innocents from beasts like you and your red-headed friend.
Like me?
I am indebted to you for sparing me at Pembroke. But this won't always be the case. I'm no coward like those St. Paul's Stowe brothers.
Typically, in the modern day setting, a vampire would be best as a doctor. It's like the best cover because people would in modern day people donate blood, so you'd always have a good source. Whereas back then, people wouldn't necessarily always donate. So,
how long have you known Lady Ashbury? Where is she? And what will you do to her?
We saw you meeting her, so of course we investigated. But she is gone. Our scouts reported she has sold some paintings and departed for an unknown destination.
Adieu, vampire hunter.
Until we meet again, blood drinker.
Okay. Now it's just to go back to the hospital and get some insulin. Hey, look at my XP, 420. You do it now, but yeah. It was 420. I'll just make that. What the fuck? You're new?
This is no steady, boys. We've got one of them. Die, beast!
Shit, that leech is fast! He's dead! Oh my god!
Set me on fire. How was the rest of work, by the way, Obby? Because you were still working when I finished, right?
Sorry, sir. Steady, boys. We've got one of them here. Oh no. Stop!
It's fine. Just busy as fuck.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I've been wanting to stream all this year, but I haven't been able to because of work is burning me out bad. Can you not take any time off?
I have this thirst for blood.
Is it even worth me trying to cure the two people here? I don't even know. I can't take time off because I have trips planned later in the year. Won't have enough time left. Okay. I get you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just, you know, remember to take some time for yourself.
Not under my watch.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Nazzle.
Where's the other doctor that I don't like? I thought there was another one that was ill. Oh, he's the one that's outside normally. Yeah. Getting into voice acting like I've always wanted to, so I'm pretty happy. Alright, well that's the main thing. As long as you know your limits and you're being careful. Probably already told you I landed a lead role in a webtoon. You did. You did.
Do you need any medical?
Yes.
Goodbye, Doctor.
It's really good work. Bear about, no worries. No worries. There might be like a chest or something in there. Oh, it wants me to. Oh.
I cannot use Guard, but there may be a substitute in the Pembroke Hospital drug storage.
Well, we haven't been there since like the beginning of the game. These fuckers doing in there?
Back in the grave!
It's not exactly similar, but I think, again, close enough to this that I would think about when I think about this is Sinking City. It's not exactly similar, but it was kind of like this. And that was also a pretty decent game. Sinking City is nice. Yeah. It's definitely a fun one. I think Rube's played it quite recently, actually. I remember her talking about Sinking City. I can't remember if she finished it or not, though. I am looking forward to the next game, obviously. Whenever we finish this. But, I mean, we all know how much I love Nier, so it's kind of a given. To be fair, it says the morgue, and I would have thought the morgue would have been the downstairs bit that, well, the bodies were kept, not up here. It says in here.
There it is. Insulin. Much more efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu.
Right. We can craft it at the hospital. Time to make le antidote. Le antidote.
The blend seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
All right. Oh. Is it this way? S. I should keep going straight. I'll get there. Yeah, keep going straight.
You're mine! Filthy piece of shit!
Damn it. There we go. Get some white phosphorus. Enough to say it. When did this place reach critical? Oh well. I can only heal them so much. I do actually have enough. I probably have enough medicine stuff to actually heal them, but it's fine. They don't need healing.
This place has been ransacked.
Oh shit.
They've all been slaughtered. Priwen? No, not their style.
Econs?
Where has Harriet gone?
Unless it was Harriet.
Must have left a trail I could follow.
Oh, it's this fucker again.
Take not a step further, child, for you are unprepared.
You, at last. I wondered when you would show your face again. Step away. We have nothing to discuss.
Desist, child. You cannot confront the monstrosity unleashed upon this land without due preparation. I shall not allow it.
All right. But no more riddles. Enough of the obscure songs and prophecies. I ask questions, and you answer them.
My words have been as clear as crystal lakes, my child. You seem unwilling to drink, to listen, to learn.
You could build a nest in those horns, right?
Why did you choose me?
It reminds me of if you've seen Thor Ragnarok, Hel has like a helmet that looks like this.
What kind of modern answer?
Disease, contagion, and contamination. How they course through veins is your dominion, my child. Your choices have made you. Only you can save this land.
Speak to me of this ancient threat.
The blood of hate. Vessel of the wrath of the goddess. When she awakens, a disaster will be born into this world, for she is hunger and anger.
What is your true appearance?
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood? You are made of blood. Surely you are joking.
Why would I? And no, I'm not made of blood. I am blood. Blood is what I am since my birth and for eternity.
But who are you really? Tell me your name.
I am your maker. I am the servant of the Red Goddess and protector of this land. I have many names.
Just give me one, then.
There are those who call me Myrddin Wild, the Wild Horned Man. But I never was a man. I was born out of blood.
Nothing I've ever heard of before.
I'm here to stop Harriet Jones.
This bad guy's fucking annoying.
The well from which this corruption flows.
I have heard you, but be wary. Harriet Jones's mind is no more. She has metamorphosed into an apocalypse. Born from, drenched in, and driven by the blood of hate.
What is the blood of hate?
It is the
poetic ass bitch.
It is the hunger, the need for blood, the will to strike and to punish, to spit in the eye of God.
Tell me about this disaster, creature. I know London fell victim to such a thing in 1666.
A disaster is pure anger born through blood. Its name means bad star, for they only appear when our queen unleashes her unquenchable wrath upon the world.
And who is this queen?
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood. In my youth, 100 lifetimes ago, she was worshipped as the Morrigan. She is my mother. She is yours, too.
The Morrigan? The Celtic goddess of war? Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms throughout the ages. The true nature of the Red Queen is beyond your comprehension, eluding even mine. But know this, she is a vengeful mother.
So the disaster is some sort of accident? A disease vampires carry dormant in their blood, waiting to emerge?
That's your modern answer. But a disaster is at the same time both less and more.
Tell me what it is then, in your own words.
A disaster is the pure will of our queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
Okay.
I only wish to know how to put an end to this epidemic.
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself from its poisonous kiss, my child.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me. However, I have produced a more efficacious version of the antidote.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for ages you were worthy of this challenge, my champion, Bittersweet.
What will happen thereafter? What future awaits me beyond these dark tunnels?
Your fate, my child, and the fate of this land. A disaster is about to enter this world to smite us all and teach us humility. You are our final hope.
Will it be over then? Once I've defeated this creature?
Yes. The threat will dissipate like so much smoke, for you will have purified its source.
And then what? What will become of me?
How would I know? I am no god, and your fate is in your own hands. For you are our champion.
You tricked me. My sister died for your schemes. I have brought suffering and tragedy into this world. I am not, nor will I ever be your champion.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is...
He reminds me of the beast from Over the Garden Wall. I've not heard of that.
Your child bears towards his father and mother. Be brave, my child.
Cool. Alright, that's a bit better now. Lovely. He said this is the final challenge. So are we nearly done with the game? Maybe.
These poor skulls didn't stand a chance.
Oh, I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars, all of you.
Yeah.
My poor baby.
Queen.
I've been such a bad mother. But the Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature? I was a good...
Second phase.
Is this a dream? Am I awake? Is this anger I feel? Is it wrath? I think it is. Oh, how infinitely, how intensely, how irredeemably are you all going to suffer now?
Alright, okay, I thought I was outside of that, but fair enough. I'm...
Feed your mother, child. I will reap the land, for this is my battle. Red the crop.
What? I'm not even in it!
Feed your mother, child.
I guess the key is to have one of each thing so that you can attack her without like it really doing anything. Because obviously I can't... She's not affected by blood, right? But she's not affected by shadow either, which is literally the only two ones that I have, so...
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root.
It's got weird.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
More than ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
So it's over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget, what are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suascal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered, with all the other sewer skulls.
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's all over now. The epidemic has been stopped.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need
That's
to
all right.
apologize. Really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reed, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury when we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife.
I fucking called it.
Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
Okay, we're not done.
London has been cleansed. This catastrophe came about when an ancient malignant will crossed paths with mortal imprudence. For now, we are safe. For now. My craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger, red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another, from predator to victim, patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long.
This doesn't look like London.
Well, this is it. Lady Ashbury's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
Right, I'm just checking something quickly. Okay. Talking with this prick.
Beautiful morn. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warmth exhausts me. Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
And what are you to her? Her counterpart? Her opponent in some timeless game?
She is my mother, my dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant ghostly queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
Why did Harriet Jones become a disaster?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
You're trying to get it until you interrupt.
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
So many questions.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
I don't interfere with petty political intrigues. Ascalon was built upon the lie of a lineage. Such a deceit cannot last forever.
But Lord Redgrave definitely possessed Marshall's blood. Untainted blood from the greatest vampire knight.
Really? I wonder how he managed to acquire it. Perhaps I should retrieve this artifact before going back to sleep.
What will become of the vampire hunters?
They will never stop searching for William Marshall, for he escaped their two great hunts. Remember that you too are now on their dark list.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood is as wise as it is ancient. You have nothing to fear from it.
I am not afraid.
Do you truly think they are merely scholars poring over dusty books? The stole of St. Paul wielded faith sufficient to cast a dragon into the abyss.
Dragons exist in this world?
Am I not a legend? Are you not about to become one yourself?
Interesting.
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Tell me
I'm just like, I'm so bored with this bloke. I want to go find out the stuff.
He is not stronger than you, only older. You are strong, Jonathan Reed. A champion of your time, chosen to defeat a threat spawned of this generation.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now, too?
Have I not already answered that question?
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
You just said it. It was the blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
Wait, King Arthur was a vampire?
King Arthur was also your progeny.
Alright.
Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son.
King Arthur was a vampire, apparently. Yeah, apparently.
This is madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
Interesting.
So that is all we are to you? Puppets you create to defeat some threat born from a dreaming devil?
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
Speak clearly then, and answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reed. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my child. I shall dream about you soon.
Alright.
It's locked. The castle walls look decrepit. Maybe I can find a way to sneak in.
Way. Mary Inglewood. Robin Inglewood. I don't know if these names are supposed to be significant.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell Elizabeth's perfume. She must be here somewhere. Like most castles, this one has a crypt, and it holds something special inside. This castle is falling apart. That sweet fragrance, Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently.
Elizabeth and Jacob Blackwood.
This painting looks suspicious.
Painting. Oh.
A sword and a moon are the symbols I should look for.
She painted me.
Elizabeth, my love, you allow my portrait to watch over you while you sleep. I'm flattered.
I don't understand what I'm doing. And it just says locate secret passage, and then the painting was like, oh yeah, we need to find a sword and a moon. Like, in what sense? And also, is it indoors or outdoors?
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. One last switch, and... voila.
Got it.
Drop your sword, Father. You have nothing to be afraid of.
I guess William Marshall is her dad.
Shall we abandon this then? Shall we lower our heads?
No, never. You taught me that.
Blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
Are you picking up a sword?
Is this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and saviour of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reed.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault...
Why is she calling me Dr. Reed? I was Jonathan before.
Where are we? What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
But not never.
Why did you flee here?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan. I do not intend to.
And what of your daughter?
Charlotte is a strong, independent woman who's about to come into money. I took care of everything. Now it's time for her to shape her future.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
Yes. You did well, Jonathan. You truly saved the city.
Yes, we did. Despite all obstacles. I'm truly convinced we did it together, Elizabeth.
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this, through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation, and the will of a creature so inexplicably evil, she exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupted blood of hate. The poisoned blood of my father. A healthy carrier. That's all I am.
Why are you hiding William Marshall here?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing so, he knew he'd have to be confined here. And yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was. And still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed.
Ah, me either. I'd never kill to feed.
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty Ekon who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then.
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble knight who saved and raised me. But you know, the malice never fully leaves his eyes.
We could cure him.
It's too late. The blood of hate has run for too long. The antidote would not work on him. I tried. Believe me, I tried.
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scowls, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
Who are you, really?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day. To you, I am Elizabeth Ashbury, and that's all I wish to be.
I understand. And I respect your desire for privacy.
Thank you, Jonathan.
How did you meet William Marshall?
He was an Ekon for
We don't need to know who exactly she is.
He saved
It's
me
fine.
from certain death by making me his progeny.
Why did he choose you?
You should ask him that.
Did you ever blame him?
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me how to behave.
What about us?
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you left without a word. So I'm worried about your feelings towards me.
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the moment I saw you rescue poor Mr. Hampton in that filthy slaughterhouse. Forgetting the danger as you turned your back, like the newborn fool you were.
You should have told me.
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would follow you. I can't let you go.
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
I know, Jonathan. You have been the most loyal ally these last few weeks. But this is my duty.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for
Oh my god, we don't need so many questions.
Yes?
Sir William. My God. You really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
I think your hearing is fine.
Yeah, as I say.
What is it you want then?
I found your research on the antidote. The tears of the angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been
the Black Plague?
in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you defeat it?
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, you could blow a fortress down if you released it.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires? What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such
Romania?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury.
Oh, Salisbury?
A terrible,
that's just down the road from me.
Place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen. What of her?
You met her, did you not?
Just once. But she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
Place to avoid then. I've not actually ever been to Salisbury.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want
to discuss this in front of my sweet Elizabeth.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker, for he created everything on this earth. He blessed me with eternal life through his archangel, Michael.
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to discuss it.
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is.
Isn't Myrddin another name for Merlin? I have no clue. I know the name Morrigan.
I returned to my retreat.
But I don't know the other one.
This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me. For she heard my pain from across.
I am slightly curious.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth. I failed you.
You bit her again. Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I fell to my
So if I bite Elizabeth,
forgiveness.
she'll have clear blood.
I swore I would find a way to make things right.
How did you meet Elizabeth?
If I'm getting that right.
I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. Singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn. Owned it as William Thorne for a time. Those were good years.
Did you really sacrifice yourself to save her?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate made me betray her. I am at peace here. I can think about what I've done and how I failed.
Do you not want to be cured?
No. This hunger is mine. I would feel empty without it. It has been part of me for so long. All I want is quiet. Silence.
You agreed to be confined here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it would be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long as she releases me. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then?
to see the sky a final time.
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, father. And to you also, Jonathan.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No, I won't allow this to happen.
Bigger medieval Welsh legend. Characters a chief bard, the speaker of several poems.
Wherever I go.
Called Wild the World in his craft. Oh yes, it is Merlin.
Dr. Jonathan Reed, champion of Myrddin, chosen to save England from the vampire epidemic.
Apparently they based Merlin from the myth on this guy.
We are creatures of blood, Elizabeth. Everything about us is in our blood. With time I could perfect the antidote William Marshall gave you. Trust me, for time is on our side.
That is a risk I cannot take, Jonathan. I won't bring another such disaster into this world.
Elizabeth, no. Trust me. I can save you.
How could I trust you, Jonathan? Have you not betrayed me?
I had choices to make.
I forgive you.
Wait, when did I betray her?
Elizabeth, I love you.
Then let me go now.
Wait! No!
When did I betray her? I'd done everything she asked.
One prayer for the summoned, called by this
All right.
child born from darkness, whose path you must find. Now the song is sung, and your path chosen. England is safe, but the cost was dire. Blood and tears, both parched by cleansing flames. You've lost your way, my champion bittersweet. I am moved to pity as I feel your rampant rage void of purpose or meaning. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber. Until alas, she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.
The happy ending there. I don't know. Well, we finished Vampyr. Yeah, I guess that's Vampyr done then. That's really good. Oh, right. I think what I'm going to do is, we're not going to start near today. I will be doing a long stream tomorrow, so we'll start near tomorrow. So what I'll probably do is look to wrap up stream. Let's move. And then, yeah, I will... Where's my webcam? There it is. There we go, do that way. Let's put some music on quickly. Cool. But yeah, that wasn't a bad ending. A bit different. I don't know if that... I mean, I guess it's classed as a bad ending, but I don't understand why I got the bad ending. Vampyr endings. Let's have a look. Oh! I did get a bad ending. This is the first of the bad endings. Jonathan fails to save Elizabeth at the last moment. The woman pushes him away and throws herself into the flames. The saddened man throws himself into a spiral of murder and melancholy. The end awaits a player who has sucked a lot of blood, killed many citizens, and sacrificed at least one district. How dare you? The best ending, you don't have any blood. See, look, on the second good ending, it's like, to get this ending, you need to finish the game by killing no more than a few citizens. What's no more than a few? I didn't get the worst ending, though, where he becomes a killer. So technically, I didn't do that bad. Right, where's my list of games? Vampyr. Where are you? There it is. Oh, right. That was a great game. Right, there's that. Where's Discord? Nito. There we go. Cool. Right, another game done. Right, where's my lists? Right, that one's been added onto there, so I just need to mark it down on the RPG list. I'm a little bit iffed that it took me so long to play that game, or get round to playing it, shall I say? Because that was a bloody good game. But yeah, so I'm gonna call it there for today, because yeah, I'll save. I'll be doing a stream from 10 AM tomorrow, so I'll play Nier tomorrow, and we'll spin the wheel again to figure out what the next game will be after that. Yeah. Yeah. But I hope everyone's had a good time, and I hope you've all enjoyed Vampyr. It was a really good game. Really enjoyed it. So yeah. Set up to raid Neff. But yeah, if you haven't already, Nier is so near now. I know, it'll be tomorrow. I can't wait. So obviously, as always, there is the links if you haven't already. So if you want to jump into Discord, where we have movie nights every Saturday, or mostly every Saturday, or jump into socials, or watch past VODs, you know where to go. But I'll hopefully see you tomorrow for some Nier. And I know everyone loves when I spin the wheel to see what the next game is. So can we get a Final Fantasy X tease again? Or can we land on Final Fantasy X? But it also be the first spin of the wheel since I added games I don't own yet. So if we come up with one of the games I don't own, I've got to buy it. So it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens. But yeah. Wish Neff the best. And I'll see you all laters. Bye-bye.